A very good morning and welcome once again to the Queen's Park Oval, where we're getting ready for day 2 of this Premier Division encounter between Queen's Park and, of course, KFC Clarke Road United. And as we left you yesterday, Queen's Park in a very strong position this time on 218 for 5, and the two overnight batsmen, Terence Hines and Yannick Karaya, making their way out into the middle. Of course, there's work to do for the Clarke Road outfit. They must be bitterly disappointed after being dismissed for 114 on a wicket that really wasn't a terror wicket, or one that you would suggest would cause that much angst for a batting lineup as strong as the Clarke Road batting lineup. But it happens, and sometimes you kind of put that behind you and you try to rebound as best as you possibly can. But that's with the bat. It's a question now of what can they do this morning with the ball as they try their endeavor best to stay in the game and not allow Queen's Park to run away with proceedings here. It's obviously a bit of a tense situation for them as they're looking to really take some early wickets. I think that's the order of the day for them, is to try and dismiss Queen's Park as quickly as they possibly can. Vikash Mohan is going to pick up the attack. Not for 20 so far, 12 overs, so he hasn't been that expensive. But even that is pale by comparison to Sulin Narayan's, what we say in local parlance, 3 for spit, as he really looked unplayable. First delivery of the morning, Karaya right in behind. And Yannick Karaya is a very capable batsman. Of course, has senior team experience, has really been at this for some time. And at this level, he's certainly more than capable of putting together a big score. That's the challenge, though, is to make sure that you obey the principles of the longer version of the game. And just as we say so, he takes a bit of a risk. Of course, misjudging the length can also be detrimental on a wicket like this. It's probably not as lively as you would like, but it's a slow turn. Here he is again on the back foot, standing up and trying to force it away. We saw that in the West Indies South Africa game yesterday. Most of the big hitters were just deep in the crease, and anything short they were able to put away with very little margin for error. And again, 3 times in a row, and eventually he's able to get it through. So Mohan almost tempting Karaya to play that shot. Really a lovely day for cricket action here at the Oval. This used to be the place to be, and whether it was domestic cricket or international cricket. And who could forget that infamous Tanti Merle scenario with the Combined Islands? Immortalized by Paul Keynes Douglas. Terence Hines, of course, very lively with the bat, loves to put bat on ball. For a moment there, they thought about a second run, and it might have been suicidal had they gone back. So that ends the over. And at the end of that over, it's now up to 220 for the loss of 5 wickets. Queen's Park continuing to build that lead all the time. And that's the important thing here. They know that they're in the driver's seat. And no need for them to try anything too extravagant, at least not just yet. So Cohen Sergio is set to pick up the attack from that top end. Again, needing wickets, that's the important thing here. And anybody that can get them a wicket will be more than welcome. Generous flight. And that might very well be the plan here, just to play on the patience of Terence Hines here, try and lure him into a false shot. There's a long off right out on the fence. And that's a slightly quicker delivery this time. But it would be interesting to see if they persist. There is a slip on a forward short leg. And then a short mid-wicket as well. But again, Hines is comfortably in behind it. No appreciable turn just yet. I would imagine Sergio's just trying to figure out his line and his length, try and see if we get the arm going over. There are days it just doesn't come out right. And again, pitching up nicely. It's just good to see it. At least he's not afraid to give it a little bit of air and try and see if we could tempt Hines to maybe go for a big one. He hasn't settled just yet, so his timing and his judgment might be a little bit off. And again, that's the better line there, because it's a line that where you put the batsman in doubt whether to play or not to play. And Hines there, you could see him bat and pad very close together. A little bit of indecision there, but he played it well in the end. A little bit fuller, but the end of a pretty good over, and an over that didn't cost him anything at all, a maiden over to start proceedings. So I'm sure Sergio will be happy with that as they look to claw their way in. And that's the other thing that they have to be mindful of. If you cannot take early wickets, then you cannot leak easy runs. And so that's a good combination for them. The first over cost just 2 runs. The second one was a maiden. And so far so good for Clarke Road. And a similar type of field, just a slip and a forward short leg. Those are the close-in catches. The mid-wicket a little bit deeper for Karaya. But again, the batsman being asked to come on to the front foot and make his decisions there, which is not a bad way to start at all, because most batsmen prefer to sit on the back foot and wait. But when you can have him moving his feet, especially trying to drive, trying to score, then you're giving yourself a good chance at possibly getting an early wicket. Again, the line is what is most impressive here. He's touching down just on or about that off stump, and Karaya has to respect it and he has to play at it. Again, that's a dangerous shot, really taking his life in his hand there. He started to come, took a few steps out, then realized he wasn't to the pitch of the ball. He then opted to go across the line of the ball, struck outside the off stump, but really not the kind of shot I wouldn't imagine the coach wouldn't be too happy with that. In fact, you'd be a little concerned that maybe the batsmen are getting a little impatient right now. They've only faced 2 overs. Quicker, and still can't score. So back-to-back maidens, and that's a good way to start this morning for Clarke Road. 22-20 for 5 at the end of the over.
What are you doing? Crunch Nival at KFC is so special to all. What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC, Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, taker, like rocket. It's a Crunch Nival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into Carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Crunch Nival at KFC.
Back is 220 for 5. 63 overs completed. And Correa is on to 22. Hines is on 10. They've each added just a single each. And this is what I was referencing here. Terrence Hines obviously keen on doing the business. And he got one to his liking there. But I don't think that Sergio would be overly worried about that. And it's a good shot because he hit it inside out and cleared the deep cover boundary and picked up a 6. And right under the Trini Posse stand there. And, but I don't think they should be overly worried. In fact, they should be encouraged to see Terrence Hines play in this fashion. While he might score quickly, I think he's exposing himself to probably being dismissed as well. And again, a little quicker, and good bowling once more, just making that quick adjustment. And say the game is about adjustments. Invariably, you don't bowl all 6 deliveries the same way. You might bowl 1 off stump, 1 middle stump, 1 leg stump, 1 flighted, 1 quicker, whatever the variations might be. That's again another regulation spinner. Just trying to keep him honest, and I would imagine he will go back to that flighted delivery outside the off stump, maybe push it a little wider and see if Hines bites at it. And this time he's a little more reserved because he knows that the trap is set. There is a man right out on the boundary at that deep cover position, and so they're really just sort of baiting him. You think you could play that shot again? Go ahead. And this time Hines showing good restraint, not falling into the trap. How often we've seen batsmen get some success and they decide, hey, let's just keep going, and every ball becomes a boundary ball for them. But most times it doesn't work out that way. Solid in defense is Hines, showing a good appetite here for. He's up for the fight. 226 now for 5 at the end of that over. 64 overs completed, as you could see there. Sween made 28, 18 to Mahes, and Dayal made 17. Hines 4 for 46, and Sunil Narayan 3 for 5. And well, we know he's a mystery spinner, and it's certainly those are figures you would take those every day of the week in any format of the game. And this is kind of like what you expect from players who play at the highest level of the sport. When you come down to this level, you expect them to dominate. Again, Correa liking the idea of staying on that back foot, and Vikash Mohan just pushing him back even more. Not all are spinning, some are just going on with the arm. Again, he's coming down the wicket, and a bit of a stumping chance here. Now they're appealing to the umpire, the presiding umpire, but I would think you would be looking at the square leg umpire if it was a stumping chance. And but he was so far down that the wicketkeeper had to go. Look at how far the ball brushed the pad. The keeper had to go a long way to his left pathway to come back. By that time, Yannick Correa was able to get back safely. So certainly a bit of anxiety there. We saw it in the previous over. He played a similar shot. Started to come, realized that he wasn't to the pitch of the ball, and then just kind of swung across the line. On the back foot he goes again, and that really is his comfort zone there. He loves to just rock back and cut. He's a good cutter of the ball, but I think he has to be a little more selective, because you get the impression Mohan is setting him up here. And let's see who wins this battle. Again, you could see he thought for a moment there, maybe going across the line. You could see the bat and his body starting to angle like he wanted to take a dip, and probably aiming for cow corner. And this time he makes good contact, and this is going to run very close to the boundary, if not over the ropes. In fact, it's going to die, and it's a long chase, and if they hurry they might be able to get another run. Instead they decide to settle for the 3. But that's a good shot, and he was in line. It's a slightly quicker delivery as well, and so you didn't have to wait on it very much. You just had to get in position and swing, and he kept it down. There was nobody behind square, so it required a long chase, and the big fella had to turn and chase after it. And Terence Hines looks the picture there as he comes in a very orthodox fashion and strokes it. Can't get a run. It's the end of the over. 2:29 now for 5 Queen's Park after 65 overs. Of course, Queen's Park, Chit Gully, 93, 66 to Randu. And now these two are trying to put together something of note here. 16 to Terence Hines. 25 to Yannick Correa. And Vikash Mohan is going to continue. Just doesn't bowl too badly. In fact, he's kept a nice tidy line. So too has Kerwin Sergiu. Although he was hit for that, he was struck for that 6. Outside of that, he's really kept a pretty good line, and has done a good job, especially against Terence Hines. But he has a different proposition now in the left-handed Yannick Correa. So he has a deep square leg, a deep backward square rather, and a square leg almost just behind the umpire, might be slightly forward of the umpire. On the onside, there's a mid-wicket and a mid-on, and a long one rather. There's also a leg gully, or he's a forward short leg, and a gully, and a slip rather. There's a short third man, short extra cover, and a mid-off. And it sees that there are 2 men out on the onside. But if he aims for the umpire, he could probably just get it to his left, and there's a big gap there. Run. And this is part of the beauty of cricket, and for sport in general, is react to it and respond to it. And so it's good to see that they're picking the gaps, seeing where the runs are available. And that's a good delivery again. A little bit of bunks as well, but Hines stayed on top of it. But you get the impression he's not the kind of batsman who will play this role for very long. Not that he cannot stick around. We've seen that in the past. It's just that he's so sometime-ish, as they say. He will much rather clear the fence than play a forward defensive shot. And if he feels that he's played too many forward defensive shots, he feels almost obligated to play an attacking shot. Here he goes again. Plays it well. Doesn't find a gap this time. But you just sense that he wants to get on with things here. Don't know. I don't think he has any plans for the Savannah today. Could probably do that tonight with the Panorama. 16 bands in the medium category, 17 in the large conventional category. So a lot of bands. Long night. Quicker. And Hines is hitting this one in the air, but he gets away with it because he got just enough of it to take it very close to that wideish long on deep mid wicket. And again, a little confusion there. They weren't sure. In fact, Karaya turned blindly and was looking to head back. It's the end of the over. 232 for 5 with Mohan now not for 25 from his 15. And the other bowler, Cohen Sergio, also doing very well. But Hines again tempting fate here, wants to, as I say, put back the ball and trying to see if he could dominate the bowling attack. And I would imagine when you play with and against quote unquote your friends or your partners, the amount of lyrics that's probably passing between them is probably staggering, because I'm sure they're tempting him to keep hitting, and Hines is probably trying to show them that yes, I could keep hitting. And every time he succeeds, he's probably wearing a little smirk on his face. And again, that cut shot, he's really loving it on the back foot. And now this may also be a plan of Vikash Mohan to just keep pushing him back and then see if we could force him to come forward. We've seen that already, where he tries to chip down the wicket. Twice he got into bad positions, didn't get to the pitch, and then just swung right across it. That's better. That's a good, powerful shot. And they're only interested in one, so no chance there of a second run. But that's the quality of Yannick Karaya. When he decides to stroke the ball and play in the orthodox fashion, he looks so competent. And it really is a mystery why he has been out of the national setup for a while. I know injuries might have been a part of it, but there was a period when he was almost a forgotten man in Trinidad and Tobago's cricket. But it's good to see him really putting his head down and having an impact. This is the man, Terence Hines. He lives for these opportunities here where he can just disrupt the best laid plans of the bowler and the captain. So he did make contact there, so he picks up 2. There might have been some pad as well, but the umpire indicated that there was bat. So Candice Laborde working along with Mr. Kaulesa. Oh, that's a short ball, but it was so much quicker. Hines probably telling himself he missed out there. And he probably missed out only because he probably wasn't sure where the mid wicket, there's a mid wicket, there's a long one, a mid wicket, and a square leg on the boundary. And you could see him, and immediately on playing that ball, the one prior to that one, he looked up to see exactly where they were. It's the end of the over, and the end of another decent over, 235 for 5 it is, 67 overs completed now.
What are you doing? Carnival at KFC is so special to all. What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a Carnival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Carnival at KFC.
So Terrence Hines is on 20 from after that attempted sweep shot. But he picked up 2 runs for it. 27 to Correa, who is on strike now to start a new over from Kerwin Sergio. Not for 32, 7 overs. And again, Correa, this time, not trying to overhit the ball, but just stroking it nicely. When he plays in this fashion, he looks almost, it's like you can't out him. You get to the point where it looks like he's going to have to out himself by probably playing the wrong shot or something like that. And how often have we seen that with him? But he really does look the complete player until he doesn't, as they say, until he does something rash. And Hines really must be taking an awful toll on him to restrain himself here, because we all knew he really would love to be throwing the bat around. But there's a bigger picture. And there he goes just over the head of the short extra cover there, and he survives. And it's not always pretty with Terrence Hines, and but he got away with it again. And I remember a good friend of mine, Richard Gabriel, the former Trinidad Opening batsman and Paragon opener, used to always say, there's room in the air, you know, and if you use it wisely. that's the part he never really used to see. He just said there was room in the air. But there's room in the air. There's also danger when you play aerial shots like that. Again, Correa. Now, Correa is probably the ideal foil here for Sergio. And he might be thinking, let me just keep Terrence Hines away from Sergio, because he just seems like he's a little more impatient against Sergio than he is against Mohan. And this time he too is trying to sweep the ball and almost gets in a collision there with Brathwaite. And Brathwaite actually ran into the back of his bat. I don't think it was deliberate on the part of Correa. And very well played again. Just making a quick adjustment, allowing the ball to come on to him instead of trying to go and fetch it. He allowed that one to come to him. And replying to Clark Road's 114 all out, Queen's Park are 238 now for 5 after they resumed this morning on 218 for the same 5 wickets. So they've added exactly 20 runs for the morning so far. Not the blistering start that many might have expected. 8 overs. And we've had a big 6 included in that. A Terrence Hines inside out effort over cover. He is on the non-strikers end now. He's on 21, 29 to Correa from 80 deliveries. And he now has a silly mid-off in front of him. On the back foot he goes again, and this is what I was referencing earlier. Mohan is just trying to push him back, and then trying to slip one past him as a quicker one, and he almost broke through there. Once again, Correa is flirting with danger. He's really just almost inviting a disaster. But he survived so far. Really just chancing his hand here. How Mohan would love to pick up Pepper now, because he has the batsman in 2 minds. Whether to defend or to attack. And whenever he tries to attack, he just doesn't look as composed as when he's on defense. This time he goes right across the stumps, puts the pad outside the off stump, so just in case he misses and there's contact with the pad, are very unlikely to be given out there. But this time he makes good contact and picks up another couple. So he goes into the 30s now. He's up to 31 from 84 deliveries. And Mohan not for 30 now in his 17th over. So they're milking him because they know that he can produce a couple deliveries that can cause some damage. Here he is again. Quick single, that's good cricket. And Correa and Co can't do much about that. That's or rather Utley, and they can't do much about it. Good running. He didn't hit it too hard, and he hit it just to his left. So he had to move to get to the ball, and by that time the batsman had more than enough time to cross. One more to Correa. He's up to 32 now. The lead is 127. So they continue to build here. And this is precisely what KFC Clarke didn't want, was for these two to stick around for a long time and plug away. Hines playing his part, and sometimes he can play a part and doesn't always have to involve big hitting, but that's his nature, as they say. So again, 66 to Ramdu, 93 to Guli. And Django made 15, but 32 to Correa. And 21 to Terrence Hines. And this pair have really kept Queen's Park ticking over. Not very quickly, but very responsibly and efficiently as well. The fielders, of course, by now, they must be thinking, how do we now break this partnership? Or what do they have to do in order to achieve that success? However, Sergio is going to continue. He hasn't bowled badly, and he has looked threatening at times. I'm sure he would have loved a little more bounce, maybe a little more pace in the wicket. And they're probably asking him to really ring it, as they say. So under brilliant sunshine, he starts a new over, his 9th. And again, Correa almost in 2 minds, as if first he wanted to go across it. Now there is a short square leg, so if he makes that little paddle shot. He has to be careful and don't spoon it in the air. There's a man just a couple meters from the umpire at square leg, just to his left. Then there's the man on the deep backward square boundary. Correa again picks off another easy single. So he's trying to defy the best laid plans here of the captain and the bowler. You do one thing, I will do something else. Oh, you want me to score here, but I will score in another location. So it's a real cat and mouse going on now. Hines again showing good patience here, good judgment. And I say that guardedly because you never know what's going to come next with Terrence Hines. He might just see a delivery that he likes and decide to go gung-ho after it. And cutting away nicely. Could get an easy single here. Might get more. And but has to settle for one. So good cricket all around. A good shot. And a good bit of fielding out in the deep. So Clarke Road can ill afford to drop their heads here. Okay, you didn't get that early wicket that you were craving. I'm sure they discussed their batting and laid some plans as to how they were going to approach today. Hasn't gone according to plan just yet. And but they must consider or thinking it this way, that they're not far away. That all they need is a little bit of luck. And they'll pick one, then one could net two, and so on and so on. So that's the key here. They just need to stay focused and concentrated. Correa again milking Sergio. Picking him off for another comfortable single. After 70 overs, 244 for 5, Queen's Park.
What are you doing? Carnival at KFC is so special to all.
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, take off, like rocket. It's a Crunchnival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Crunchnival at KFC.
So the Parkers 244 for 5 now. So they continue to just inch along, not really rushing. But they do have a healthy lead of 130 runs. Now, should they get this up to 230 maybe, when it's all said and done, that could be a formidable advantage, probably a match-winning advantage. But Clarke Road does have a fairly potent and powerful batting lineup, so they might be able to stare that down. So, but it's 130, and I would imagine the acceleration will come at some time. And it's Yannick Otley who is going to pick up the attack now. And immediately he is bang on target, just forcing defensive a block literally from Correa. Otley, a very capable bowler as well as a batsman. I think it's not very often you have two brothers who are out in the 90s. And again, Correa just seems to get himself into that little bit of a tangle there, where he comes down the wicket, doesn't get to the pitch of the ball, but then does the smart thing, uses the pad. Once again, Utley forcing Correa on the back foot. Just trying to see if he could push him back as much as he can. And maybe get one to turn appreciably or maybe even jump. So you can see it's almost like it's a planned delivery, that one, into the leg stump, because the wicketkeeper had gone way down the leg side, almost as if there's a signal or something to indicate to him that that's where it was going. And again, way too short. And, but there is protection out there, and I'm sure he'll be happy with it. End of the over, 2:45 now for 5:71 completed. Correa now up to 35 and batting superbly. And like I said, it's just about his own attitude and how he's feeling, how concentrated he is. The thing about it though is that he's also doing the next good thing, which is to keep Terrence Hines off strike. I don't know if it's deliberate, but he has been able to do so, and Hines has just faced a couple balls in the last 2 or 3 overs. Here he goes again with that little sweep shot straight to Utley though. Now he's played it well, but he's played it a lot. That's the thing. He's missed on a couple of occasions, particularly at the other end when he's facing Mohan. But Sergio is the one who is attacking him now, and he's gone with him this time. This could be 4 runs. It's a long chase, and I think he's going to lose that battle. And you can see the big fella holding his back now, as if to suggest he might have done a little bit of damage there as well. So 50-run partnership between these two. And of course the bulk of the scoring being done by Correa, as he continues to soldier on. Now he's up to 39. And again, and once again, he's just loitering out of his crease, almost as if it was in slow motion. Now give the wicketkeeper credit, because the ball either hit the inside edge onto the pad, and then it just bounced in front of him, and he couldn't hit the stump. Had he broken the stump, I feel he might have been out, because Correa was very lethargic, trying to get back there. And he was reaching, but the hand's just not long enough. He missed the stump by a whisker. And again, Sergio plugging away on that leg stump there. Correa struck him for 4 a short while ago, but in the main, he's had to respect those deliveries now. He's bringing the mid-wicket off the boundary slightly. And that's very well played. Again, getting it away from Utley. And getting it down to the man at the deep backward square position. And completes another comfortable single. So he inches on. He's into the 40s now. 10 away from a deserving half century. And the 250 is on the board. 250 for 5. 71 overs on 5 deliveries. And the lead is up to 136, is it? And there goes Terrence Hines. I was making the point that he just had been off strike for some time, and he might be impatient when he does get back on strike. And so said, so done. He has one of those, what we call an agricultural hee-ho at the ball, and misses everything. Luckily, he had that foot firmly planted. 250 for 5 at the end of the over. So a very good lead, but I don't think Hines would want to consider that an impregnable position. As they always say, when you have a team on the ropes, don't let them get off the canvas. You keep them down there. So he must be thinking, hey, we put together 50, let's put together another 50 and put a 100 partnership. And if they could build a partnership, it means that the score will be ticking over as well. And that's a great shot. That could run away for 4 runs. It's you might as well give up the chase. Beautifully placed. Just the way the foot position, he got that right foot out and really waited on it. And as it pitched, he just angled the bat to find the gap. And then he stroked it. Looked like Alvin Kalicharan playing that shot. That's probably the shot of the morning so far. Brilliant extra cover drive for 4. He is on to 44 now, so 6 away. And again, he's using his feet, gets it into the gap. There's a long chase, and that gives them more than enough time to complete 2. So good running. So Clark Road here now must be getting a little worried that these two have been able to stick around and remain at the crease for this length of time. Again, that's the thing with planning overnight. You go through all the different scenarios, and somehow it always ends with you getting early wickets. That's not the case, and they're going to pick him off again. They might want to swing a second, but decided against it, and probably a good decision too. So all of a sudden, Correa has decided that he wants to hit the accelerator pedal and pushes on to 47 now. Hines, who's been on 22 for a fairly long time and is probably not happy about that, because when he looks up he sees Correa is doing the bulk of the scoring and he has been stuck on 22 for some time. I'm sure he'd like to change that, but restraint, sort of out of character from Terrence Hines. But maybe he saw the manager bored and decided that he will play the long game and wait for Utley to bring one in his arc and then see if he could hit that stage to over to our left here. So we've seen him play that inside out shot to the left arm spinner before, but so far he's been very patient and reluctant to do so. The end of the over 73 completed. It's 257 now for 5. So that lead continues to grow here, 143 now. And thanks in the main to these two, they've really put together a decent partnership, already gone past 50. So I'm sure they'll be keen to keep it going for as long as they possibly can. So he looks around. There's a similar field. There is that deep backward square and a short square leg. And they go for a quick single. Utley decides and has eluded the man backing up. So they've gone for one, they've gone for the second. They're going to get a third, and they might actually run four. Well, yes, they do. So just like that, they're able to pick up 4 runs. And inside the park, 4. So that's his 50. So 50 on the board for Yannick Correa. So what should have been just a single has resulted in a boundary, well, in 4 runs, and has brought up his half century. I'll give you the stats on that just now. And Terrence Hines scores the single, and he gets it too. Good calling on his part. He basically did it to 5 fours from 104 deliveries for Correa. For his half century, and very well played on his part. And I'm sure Queen's Park will be very appreciative of this effort. This has been a good effort that puts them in a very strong position. Hines, though, his contribution not to be underestimated at all, because he has really kept his end of the bargain. He's had a few flutters and flirting with danger quite often, but he's still there. He's on 22, and he's been on 22 now for an inordinately long period of time. And that's why he's going. That's a brilliant effort there. And would you believe it just bounces out of Utley's hands, and it almost carried to the boundary. Now Hines went swinging again, but look at how much ground he covered. He got his hands to it. He just couldn't hold on. And then it squirted away from him, or Mahez rather, and they were able to scamper through for a couple runs there. But again, it's almost like that's the script that Terrence Hines has written for himself. He can look patient, and then all of a sudden gets a rush of blood and does something almost off script, and gives the opponents a chance, and he almost paid the ultimate. That would have been a brilliant effort. It would have been a brilliant catch had he held on to it, and Sergio would have been deserving of that wicket. He's been plugging away, but he's yet to get a scalp, and he's conceded 50 runs already. He's in his 11th over. And there he goes. This is what Terrence Hines loves to do. He just got that one pitched up to him, and then with a full swing of the bat, over long on for 6. A maximum of pure intent, because he has been threatening this all morning long, and it was finally decided this one will go, and it did. 270 for 5. He's up to 30. Correa is 52, and Queen's Park now lead by 156 runs as the players will get a break for some refreshments.
What are you doing?
Crunchnival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are you
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a Crunchnival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into Carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Crunchnival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunchnival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are you
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a Crunchnival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Crunch Nival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Nival at KFC is so special to all
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a Crunch Nival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Crunch Nival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Nival at KFC is so special to all
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a Crunch Nival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Crunch Nival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Nival at KFC is so special to all
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a Crunch Nival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Crunch Nival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Nival at KFC is so special to all
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a Crunch Nival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Crunch Nival at KFC.
So 270 for 5, and this pair continues to defy the best efforts of Clarke Road. Clarke Road, of course, a team that has had good success over the years in the National League. A team that has also produced quite a number of national and international cricketers, and they've also imported quite a number of talented players from Guyana and other parts. So here's Yannick Otley to continue. Not for 9. So again, that little cat and mouse going on here between these two. Otley has a fair idea of what it is Karaya is trying to do. He's trying to get down the wicket to him, maybe hit him out in cow corner, but that's the danger when you drift offline. There's so many gaps in the field that all he has to do is just make any kind of contact on that leg side, and there, there are runs to be had. And the scoreboard keeps ticking over. 272 now. The lead continues to build. 158. And you consider you still have Sunil Narayan sitting in the dressing room. Who knows? They might get a second run here. They thought about it. That was all that it was, just a thought, at least a fleeting one. And so But I think they must be thinking if they could break this partnership, they might be able to maybe prize out the other Queen's Park batters fairly easily. However, there are still capable batsmen to come. Lower batsmen who have shown in the past that they can stick around for a while, especially if Karaya is still at the crease. They would probably want to help him towards 100 if it's possible. And this one is a thick outside edge. More runs. Hines again living dangerously. But every time you think about it, he's not only is he playing a chancy innings, but he's also scoring runs. So he's up to 32 now. Remember, he resumed overnight on 9. So he continues to frustrate the Clarke Road bowlers. And then he plays in the orthodox fashion and keeps out Otley. The end of the over. 275 now for 575 overs completed. And there is the card so far. Tian Webster made just 166 to Ramdu. And the big innings, of course, in the middle there would have been 93 to Jit Gully. So Queen's Park in a good position. Now this is the danger man, you'd have to say, because of his ability to take wickets. Mark Dial comes into the attack. Has 2 wickets to his name already. 2 for 70 so far for Dial. I'm sure he'll want to improve on that, and the best way to do that is to take wickets. I'm sure he won't mind even if he goes for a few runs, but if he can prize out another 2 or 3 quickly, that would be just what the doctor orders, and the team needs it too, because they just look a little flat right now. Like I said, they might have been very pumped up after they've had their team talk. They discussed what they want to do and how to go about it. And it didn't start too badly. The bowled good lines, good length. And here again is Karaya finding ways to manufacture runs that he almost chopped that off the off stump. So taking chances, but living to fight another day. That's the name of the game right now. The lead continues to build here, 162. Of course, the other big sporting event would be the Australian Open men's final. Hines very competently steals another single, so he gets off strike and pushes one to 33. 277 now, and the lead is 163, 56 to Karaya, who's on strike. Just a slip now. All the forward short leg has been dispensed with. And every ball so far in this over, they've been able to pinch a single. So you don't know if this is the consolidation period for the Parkites, as they force a bowling change at both ends now. So the plan is working nicely so far. The sequence though has been broken in terms of a single off every ball. Hines, there's a long on and a long off in place. That might be the deterrent for him. But for how long? Because sooner or later you know he's going to try to free his arms and see if he can clear the fence here at the oval. He's done it twice already. And again, can't get that run. So the end of the over, 278 for 5 at the end of it. 76 overs completed now. Queen's Park in a very strong position here, but as we always say, you look at where you are, add 2 quick wickets to that, and the whole complexion changes. But with a sizable lead like this, it might change ever so slightly. But that means that it's already 164 runs that Clarke would have to erase. And given the strength of the Parkites bowling, could take some effort to just to erase it and then set them some kind of a target to then give their own bowlers some opportunity. Yeah, and of course there's always the question of time. Already the Parkites have a lead, a first innings lead. They would have first innings points. Can they get all the points now? That's the other question. There's that shot that he likes to play. He just kind of rules with the turn. Now it's not, like I said, it's not prodigious spin, it's not quick turn, it's not bounce. So he's on the front foot and then he just kind of plays around the pad and plays with the tide. So he has to be careful there, because if he misses, he probably could be in some trouble. So a great opportunity here for some of these players to really put their hands up now with the regional tournament about a month or so away. This is the time for players to really stake their claim for national team selection. And the best way to do that is to score runs and take wickets, or both. Normally on a Sunday we have a sprinkling of spectators, and it's not really a sprinkle today. Here he goes again, goes right across it, gets away with it, does get a single, but again flirting with danger there is Correa. It's a shot you've played very often in this inning so far. It's been productive, but it's also fraught with risks. He's on 58, 33 now to Hines. Remember, he was stuck on 22 for a long time. He broke that shackle with a big 6. And here he goes again, and this is going to be close. I'm not sure if it just bounced over or did it bounce just inside. And 4 runs. So I think it just dropped inside the ropes. But again, it's like, it's the story of Terrence Hines. He looks like he's in a shell, and then he just breaks out of that shell with a big swing of the bat. and again. This time down behind square. They've moved the fielder, and he's able to defy them again. So brilliant batting this by Terrence Hines, and really manipulating the field to his advantage and to his team's advantage. And it's 4 more. So back-to-back boundaries. Now 287 for the loss of 5 wickets. So Hines quickly goes on to 41 now. So he has these periods where, what I could call barren periods, where he seems very dormant, not scoring. And then all of a sudden he just explodes with a big hit or 2. Here we have back-to-back boundaries. So again, he was stuck on 22 for a long while. And was also stuck on 33 for a bit. But he's pushed on. Now he's up to 41. From 72 deliveries. Karaya, who's on 58. And he decided he's going to take a chance, and it's luckily for him, it just drops in front of the man. So all of a sudden, the game just seems like it's almost like both batsmen have now decided this is the time to go. And let's see how many we can get and how quickly. I don't know if they're thinking of a declaration. They're closing in at that 300 total. Bonus points. So all of that might be factoring in here into their approach. And I think as easy as she comes. So this must be very frustrating for the Clarke Road outfit. They can't get a wicket, and right now they're not able to stop the flow of runs, because they're just being picked off quite easily here by these two. So quite a bit for Mark Dale and company to plunder over here now. They have to ponder over. They have to figure out a way through. And again, living dangerously, but getting more runs as a result. Karaya not in control, not in total control of that one, but you pick up a couple more. And lives to fight another day. He's into the 60s now. He's up to 61 from 117. And Hines is on 42 at the non-striker's end. Quicker delivery. Result is the same. Another comfortable single. So plenty for Clarke Road here to look at who can get them the breakthrough. More of the same. In fact, the batsmen seem very reluctant to even run, to expend energy. And frustration for Dial. He just kicks the ball away. So that ends another over. 78 completed now. It's 293 for 5. And you see the fall of wickets there. It meant that these two came together with the score on 199. And they're still together there with the score on 293 now. So a 94-run partnership. And the lead more importantly, is 179. And that's a good sizable lead. Again, we do have quite a few visitors to our show. We have returning nationals. We also have visitors from far and wide. Some of them probably here for the first time. But I don't think cricket is the first thing on their minds. Probably some of them are probably now coming home from a breakfast party or going to a boat ride of some sort. There's always something happening around carnival time here in TNT. And there's also some cricket here at the famed Queen's Park Oval. I suppose a couple of those visitors might want to just catch some cricket action. They probably haven't seen cricket. Here he goes again. That's another almighty hit. And that one is cleared and it's gone a long way. Really, a magnificent hit by Terence Hines. Again, outside of his legs, and you could see him square his shoulders. Got into a brilliant position, and then from a solid base, he's able to hit it into the stands. And that's a good almighty hit. And he is one away now from a half century to become the fourth Parkite to get a half century in this innings. We already had 93 from Gully, 66 from Ramdu. Karaya is not out 62. And now Hines is threatening a fourth half century in the innings. 299 now, so he's one away from a half century, and Queen's Park, they're one away from the 300 total. Otley not for 29, and Hines almost as if to suggest that he probably could have done better with that, but showing good restraint, trying to pick the right balls to hit. Really is the push on here. Now this is the 100 partnership between these two. When the last wicket fell, it was 99. And Jason is all pumped, not for the 100 partnership. He's pumped because Manchester United are leading Fulham by 2-0. Hines. There it is. That's his half century. So brilliantly played from 80 balls. The 300 is on the board, and Hines has a half century. So he's the fourth Parkite now to get to the coveted mark. And look at how comfortably he just stroked it down to long off. And went on a little jog. In fact, he's given his teammate a high five as they passed each other in mid-pitch. So they've put together a century partnership. They've gotten the team to 300, and both of them have half centuries to celebrate. So this has been a very good morning for Queen's Park. I imagine Colin Murray must be very happy as well. Liverpool won yesterday. Probably not happy with the way they played, but we'll take the result all the same. So now, with 300 on the board, what will be the approach here now for Queen's Park? Do they just keep playing the way they've been playing, or do they try to up the tempo here and try to get as many runs as they possibly can in as quick a time as they are? The 186 runs in front at the moment make that 187, and it's almost as if they're just toying with the Clark Road outfit. And this is something Queen's Park has to be cognizant of. They probably want to win this game, so they going to have to start thinking of what is the approach. How many overs do they need to try to dismiss the opposition? Correa continues to play that sweep shot and plays it well. It's gone for one. They're going to get a comfortable second. And completes it easily too. Sanka having a long chase to his left. To overhaul it. And we've had a couple centuries already in the Premier Division. So, you know, Cephas Cooper got one, and I think his teammate got one yesterday as well. Yeah, Cephas made 150 something last week. Yeah. So the batsmen are producing scores, decent scores. And here's Correa again, and this could be out. Really, he put himself into a real awkward position, and Mark Dale celebrates another wicket. Correa goes for 64. And just as I was saying this, because you almost feel as if they might be thinking that they're going to have to do something here now. They're comfortably placed at the moment. And it was just a question of driving home their advantage. So Mark Dale picks up his third wicket, 3 for 82 now. And the lead is 189 runs, 303 for 6. So Govaya is the new batsman. And Mikel obviously is a capable batsman. And again, he too is in the mold of a Terence Hines. And what started this morning as brilliant sunshine has changed slightly now because we're under threat of rain as some heavy clouds have just sort of enveloped the Queen's Park Oval. And everything is cool. There's still a nice breeze, so maybe it will take the rain and blow it away. But for now, the players are looking at, maybe that is what Correa was looking at, saying it might rain. So he's going to just get on with things here now. And it's already drizzling. I could say that. It's drizzling at the moment. You can see the ground staff try to getting into position over at that far end. The umpires, and yes, I think the umpires are going to call them out here. So they're going to have a break, 303 for 6. And certainly with a lead of 189 runs, with 3 balls completed in this over, 51 to Hines. And Govaya is yet to face a ball. So that is the situation. A little bit unfortunate as the covers are being brought on here at the Queen's Park Oval. And the good thing is that you could see the tarpaulins are coming on fairly quickly, so they should have the square covered in double quick time. And because it drains so well here at the Oval, that as soon as they're allowed to the rain stops and the whatever mopping up takes place, they'll be able to resume play as quickly and as early as possible. Now, it's not raining heavily, although it's gotten a little bit heavier than it was when the players were first going off. And but there is a break in play, at least for the moment right now. So that is the fall of the only wicket so far this morning. Remember, they resumed at their overnight 218 for 5, and they didn't lose that wicket, that sixth wicket, until they got the score to 303. So 85 runs they've added this morning with that sixth wicket partnership between Hines and Correa. And so they've really put together a brilliant partnership, a century stand. And I'm sure new coach Darren Bravo would be happy with that. And we'll be looking to see now how they strategize from here, given this little threat of rain that is about here at the Oval. So that is the situation for the moment. I don't think it's going to be a long delay, so we encourage you to stay close. Don't worry. In fact, the umpires are looking up now, Mr. Colessa, to see if he can get the players back out immediately. And the ground staff, they're all out there, and we'll see. So hopefully in the next couple of minutes we will be able to resume action here at the Oval. But for now, we have a little bit of a delay because of the rain. The covers are on, but they could be removed soonest if the umpires would only give the signal, and we'll get play back underway very soon. So we'll take a short break here, and when we come back, we'll give you an update as to what is the status of play. For that moment, Queen's Park very well placed. They lead by 189 runs. It's 303 for 6.
What are you doing?
Carnival at KFC is so special to all
What are
of
we
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch Nival, with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into Carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch Nival at KFC. What are you doing?
Carnival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are we
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch Nival, with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into Carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch Nival at KFC. What are you doing?
Carnival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are we
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch Nival, with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into Carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch Nival at KFC. What are you doing?
Carnival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are we
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch Nival, with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into Carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch Nival at KFC. What are you doing?
Carnival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are we
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, It's a crunch dival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch dival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Dival at KFC is so special to all
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch dival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch dival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Dival at KFC is so special to all
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch dival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch dival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Dival at KFC is so special to all
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch dival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch dival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Dival at KFC is so special to all
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch dival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch dival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Dival at KFC is so special to all
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch dival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch dival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Dival at KFC is so special to all
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch dival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch dival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Dival at KFC is so special to all
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch dival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch dival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Dival at KFC is so special to all
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch dival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch dival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Dival at KFC is so special to all
What are we doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch Nival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into Carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Crunch Nival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Nival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are you
me.
doing? Do what you want with the Crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, filter, like rocket. It's a Crunch Nival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into Carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Crunch Nival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Nival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are you
me.
doing? Do what you want with the Crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, filter, like rocket. It's a Crunch Nival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into Carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Crunch Nival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Nival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are you
me.
doing? Do what you want with the Crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, filter, like rocket. It's a Crunch Nival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into Carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Crunch Nival at KFC.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval. Well, while we had a little bit of a rain delay, we also had the news that Queen's Park declared their innings at 303.46. Darren Bravo and company deciding it didn't make sense to try and delay any longer, and with a nice lead of 189 runs, they obviously feel they have enough on the board that they can probably work with, maybe bowl out Clarke Road under that total. And even if they don't, probably bowl them out with not much more than that, and then give themselves as few runs as possible to chase. But that's for somewhere in the future. As it is right now, this is going to be a big ask for the Clarke Road batsmen. They didn't do particularly well in that first innings. You look back at that scorecard, and a lot of single digits inside of there, and that's something they would want to avoid this time around, and try their best to push the Parkites as much as possible and for as long as possible. So Nicholas Sukhdev Singh. And Vikash Mohan, the two openers for Clarke Road. And of course Terence Hines is going to pick up the attack for Queen's Park. Hines, who had 4 wickets in the first innings and did the bulk of the damage, aided and abetted of course by the wily veteran Sunil Narain. So 189 runs in the red right now, Clarke Road. This must be a bit of a daunting task for them, and it would be interesting to see what their approach is. Do they go chasing runs to try to wipe off that deficit, or do they just patiently build their innings and just take what they get? You already lost on first innings. You probably don't want to lose outright. So all of that going through there, but yet still you're going to ask the batsmen to play their natural game as Sukhdev Singh waits. And immediately he's off and running. A nice loosener from Terence Hines there from around the wicket to the left-hander. And that will bring Vikash Mohan on strike. So these two would be hoping that they can lay the foundation here for what could be a big run chase. But they're going to have to survive early. 3 slips on a gully. And again, ball keeping just a little bit low there. And Mohan just probably a little bit late getting the bat down, but he did it well enough in the end. Hines not up to full pace just yet. And again, just standing up, no real pace coming off the wicket here. There are no devils in this wicket. And it was a little bit strange that they got bowled out for 114 in their first innings. But Hines had a blinding spell. And again, he started very well here in the second innings, keeping the ball up to the bat and keeping it on a good line. When you get 4 wickets in the first innings, you're thinking, well, can I go one better and pick up a fifer? But you have to start at 1, and he's striving for that. And this time treated with the utmost of respect, just coming forward and playing up and down the line. Sunil Narain, of course, another man who all eyes will be on to see, one, how soon they introduce him into the attack. And that's another good shot. But it's a good delivery, over pitched a little bit and stroked away nicely for a couple. So Mohan is off the mark. He is on to 2-3 without loss after the first over, with KFC Clarke Road trying to wipe off a deficit of 189 runs against Queen's Park. And of course, as we keep you abreast of other events happening, they had a goal ruled out a short while ago, but Fulham have finally broken through, and I think this one will stand. So it's 2-1 now against Manchester United. So Tion Webster is set to take up the attack. And just sort of hop, skip and jump. And, but another comfortable single, so both batsmen on 2 now, 4 without loss. And these are a little bit nervy periods where Clarke Road will be holding their collective breaths to try and see if they can really put together a good partnership here to not just keep the scoreboard ticking over, but preserve wickets. That's the important thing for them right now. More runs. For a moment, looked like they were going to get 2, but they settled for 1, which is not a bad option. You don't want to run the risk of a run out at this stage. So 1 by 1, they fill in the buckets. More of the same. So good, intelligent batting from these two. You know, you live by the saying, you take what the opponents give you, and if they're giving you singles, then you work with that for the time being. You don't want to go chasing after wide deliveries. Just play each ball in merit. And just as I say so here, and Cork's a beauty. Gone through extra cover for 4. Played nicely, played well away from the man standing there in covers, and it's spread across the turf for 4 good-looking runs. So Mohan now goes up to 7. What does Webster come back with? And again, it's into the gap, and once more, it's 4 runs. That is not a replay, folks. That's just pure batting brilliance here. Probably not in the best position with his feet. But he placed it well, and he got enough bat on it to get back-to-back boundaries. We're going to need a lot more of that from this pair. Right in behind it there is Mohan. It's the end of the overs. 2 completed. It's 14 without loss. So 14 runs on the board so far from just the 2 overs. So they're going at 7 runs on over. Can they maintain that? So Hines it is, who is going to continue from the pavilion end. Sukhdev Singh comfortably in behind it. Hines, of course, not a very long run-up, and not an aggressive run-up by any stretch of the imagination. He just kind of ambles up to the crease. And again, trying his best to force it away, but Hines is able to pluck it out of the air. I'm sure some of the members of the Queen's Park Cricket Club will be making their way to the Oval to support the players. And just as Jason, much to Jason's chagrin, Fulham has scored again. And that's a good delivery again from Hines. He's really threatening the stumps here. It's not giving Sukhdev Singh much to work with. And it's a good bumper. Got the batsman's attention. Probably just a little too far, a couple inches too far to the leg side. And so Sukhdev Singh was able to just come inside of it. But it's going to be interesting to see if Hines persists with that. He's that type of a risk taker. He's not afraid to bowl the short ball. Once again, Hines doing very well and keeping the pressure on, not giving the batsman too many freebies, nothing to work with. Of course, as we tell you about the Manchester United Fulham game, still to come, City up against Tottenham, and Aston Villa also in action today. And here's this one played nicely again. It's a long chase, but they're not really chasing after the ball. It seems like they're just jogging after it. That's because it's gone into the long on boundary for 4. So Hines was pitching up on that occasion and was given the full treatment. So Sukhdev Singh is not out on 7-11. It is to Mohan and Clarke Road batting in their second innings and trailing by 189 runs. Have now wiped off 18 of those runs, and their openers are still there. So 3 overs bowled. $18 runs. So Webster now is going to continue. His first over cost him 11. That's because there were 2 beautiful extra cover drives from Mohan, and those 2 hooking up here again. This is something that Queen's Park has done over the years. They have all these sort of bits and pieces bowlers who can do a job for them. They're not express pace by any stretch of the imagination, but they do keep you honest. And then of course, they could provide you with gifts like that. And Webster was too short, too wide. And Mohan was not going to miss out. On top of it, cracks it for 4. So they're dealing in boundaries right now, which is a good sign. And just like Clarke Road, Queen's Park now would love to break this partnership and break it early before it really gets to gigantic proportions. And they immediately sprint for 1, thinking of a second. He's going to have to hurry. And good cricket all around. Hines and company thinking that they could limit them. Joshua De Silva went chasing after it, but couldn't catch up to it. And again, the bat is really broad. That's a good shot. Again, just coming onto that front foot and stroking it. Beautifully done. No risk here at all, minimum risk. And the man at mid-off just not able to get across in time. But this is a very positive start by KFC Clarke Road United. So Webster with plenty to think about here now. And that's more like it, right? That's Freddie now have to dig deep here, Tion Webster, because he knows that given the conditions, the batting team, that these 2 look very comfortable at the crease. And there is Webster. Really bent his back. That's a good effort ball on his part. Got it to climb at the end of the over, though. 4 completed is 28 without loss. Mohan is 21. Sukhdev Singh is on 7.
What are you doing?
Carnival at KFC is so special to all
What are
of
we
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch Nival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch Nival at KFC.
Welcome back. 28 without loss after 4 overs. And Sunil Narain has been introduced into the attack. It's almost as if Queen's Park are not wasting any time at all. They've gone to their main destroyer to see if he can't stem the flow of runs that we just saw. And immediately he is causing a few butterflies out there. Maybe just his reputation alone precedes him. And that's why sometimes when you think of the great batsmen, whether they're from Australia, from England, from South Africa, whatever, the great ones always tell you they don't play the repetition, they play the bowler, they play the ball. It doesn't matter who is delivering the ball. If you're just playing the ball and you're playing the ball on merit, then you're fine. But then you also have to factor in the capabilities or sometimes the unique talents of those bowlers. This is well played, and they're going to get another comfortable single. He was sweeping at it. So Narain, of course, very unassuming. Not the easiest person to read, to know whether he's happy or sad or if he's excited. He's really a flatliner, as they say. Doesn't give you too much to work with. You can't really read his mood. And as I say, he's been reported on a couple of occasions, had to correct his bowling action. Now you see him with that sort of straight arm approach from very early. But didn't affect his accuracy much, as he's able to keep it out and the first Sunil Narain over, and just the 1 run coming from it. So that's the luncheon interval. 29 without loss. Clarke Road batting a second time. And at luncheon day 2, they still trail, and trail by quite a bit after they resumed, or they started their second innings 189 in the red, but they've so far wiped off 29 of those runs. So they still need 160 before they could be breathing comfortably, one would imagine. So as the players make their way into the dressing room to refresh themselves and gather some nutrients, we too will take a break. But at lunch on day 2 at the Queen's Park Oval, KFC Clarke Road 114 and 29 without loss. Queen's Park 303 for 6 declared. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval, where we're getting ready for play after lunch on day 2 of this Premier Division clash between Queen's Park and KFC Clarke Road United. And the game is in a delicate situation at the moment. Clarke Road shaped well for the 5 overs just before the luncheon interval, posting 29 runs without losing a wicket, which was the first order of business. Now they will try to see if they could build on that, and the main thing, of course, is to keep wickets intact and try to score as many runs as possible. If you can do that quickly, then you do it. If not, then you just kind of take what you get. But you don't want to lose wickets and leave the door open for Queen's Park to run roughshod over this one. This is precisely what transpired because once Webster got that first wicket in the first innings, then of course Hines came and really took charge. So Brian Charles, and immediately we have runs, and that's 4 of them. So very, very nicely played. Sukhdev Singh not at all afraid to put bat to ball. And immediately 33 on the board. And here he is, Brian Charles breaking through. Sukhdev Singh goes and certainly caught at slip. A good sharp catch as well. And again, just a little bit of movement there, just hitting the outside edge. And 33 for 1 it is now with the fall. So Brian Charles getting the breakthrough there almost immediately. And Nicholas Sukhdev Singh goes for, what's his contribution, 21? So really an unfortunate scenario there. Now, actually Vikash Mohan was the one who's on 21. So Sukhdev Singh's contribution would have been 12. Right. So this is precisely what they didn't want, was to lose an early wicket. And that just leaves the door open. So Yannick Otley who again is very capable again, but you now have to play, apart from playing your opponents and playing the bowlers, you now have to play the situation. And that is sometimes what can be the world of difference in a game like this, because when you face a big lead like this, a lot of stuff goes through your mind. So Brian Charles gets that early wicket. And that ought to do his confidence a world of good. Remember, he was put away for 4 the very first ball. And, well. Almost as if it was premeditated, he just charged down the wicket and had an almighty swing. And there's no noticeable change in the field. If anything, the mid-on has just gone back a meter or two. But he hasn't gone all the way back. And so this is really an interesting turn of events here, because it's almost as if Utley has decided to fight fire with fire. And he's not going to just muck around and not score. He is going to try and put pressure on the Queen's Park bowlers. But this man, Vikash Mohan, is probably going to have to continue his way, because he's shaped very well prior to the luncheon interval, and scored 21 of the 29 runs. But now he's lost his partner. And I'm sure we'll be hoping to start a new partnership with Utley. The end of the over, the first from Brian Charles, 5 runs conceded, and it's 34 for 1. So Kari Pierre is going to come into the attack now. And when you consider Sunil Narayan just bowled, 1 over? And has been taken out of the attack. Kari Pierre is going to come on. Now, given the mood, one would have to say that we saw there from Utley, it would be interesting to see how he approaches this situation here with Kari Pierre, because Kari Pierre can be a stubborn bowler, can be very nagging, can be expensive at times, but he is persistent and he can bowl for hours. And I want to believe that Utley would respect that, but if he catches anything that's slightly loose, then he's probably going to have a go. Vikash Mohan waiting for Kari Pierre also to probably bring something in his arc where he can feed on it. But again, showing good patience, not getting too carried away with proceedings, and just kind of allowing the game to come to him, which is good batting, which is a good approach to take. And again, you're seeing Utley doing a similar thing to what we saw Karaya do it in the Queen's Park innings, try to play almost exclusively off the back foot. And that's why, because there is a little turn there for Kari Pierre. It's not a big spin of the ball, but he got that one to just deviate a little bit. 36 for 1 now after 7. And Manchester City have taken the lead against Tottenham Hotspur. Aston Villa lost in their encounter with Bournemouth. So some interesting results there. Manchester United, another late winner, 3-2 over Fulham. Brian Charles again. Now there is a slip on a forward short leg and a short, very short mid-wicket. Go via. Nicely positioned. There's a short fine leg, really, if you want to call him that. And Carlos Alcaraz has beaten Novak Djokovic for the Australian Open title. So at 22 years old, he has the slam, the tennis slam. It's well to say the Grand Slam is if you win all four in a row, so to speak. But what you have the slam is you could win all four, but you don't win them like in the same year. So you start with the Australian Open, then you go to the French, then you go to Wimbledon, and then the US Open is what closes it off. But at 22, he now has two French Open titles to his name, Wimbledon, the US Open, and now the Australian Open. So he has all four. And he denied Djokovic a 25th Grand Slam title. So another easy single here. And they're going to actually come back for a second run. So Mohan just waiting. And as the ball turns, and again it's slow turn, he's able to just take advantage. Again, Charles just a little too short, but the batsman is able to just stand up straight, tall, plays it back. 38 for 1 at the end of over number 8. So Vikash Mohan is up to 24. Utley is on 2. Carey Peer is going to continue. Start his second over. And of course, Carey Peer was with the West Indies team in the limited overs capacity. In fact, did he play in the longer version as well? He's not a big spinner of the ball. So you find in Test cricket his style of bowling may not net him big rewards, but he does have a real tenacity about him. He's not afraid to bowl for long spells. And if he can, as I say, if he can get it to come out right, he can tie up an end for a captain and allow the captain to attack at the other end. But at this level, and certainly at a regional level, he does have the propensity to take wickets as well. Probably bowling just a little too quickly at the moment, and probably needs to just try to give it some air. And he likes to wheel around, but Mohan and Utley doing the smart thing. They're just sort of holding him up, not allowing him to just wheel around and go to work. So they're just slowing the tempo just a little bit. Maybe just trying to frustrate him. In basketball, they tend to freeze you. American football too, they tend to freeze kickers, let them think about it a little bit more. And he has to hurry, Mohan, and the return misses, but not by much. And again, it was a late decision. Looks like Hines for 1 minute didn't look like he was interested in a run out. But eventually they did, and they went through to take it. 40 for 1 now. So Utley is up to 3. Mohan is up to 25. They have another mid-pitch conference, some discussion as to how they're going to approach things. Of course, they're going to have to focus on the running between the wickets. You don't want to run each other out. Byron Charles again, and another well-judged single. So Utley now is on strike, and now he had this big almighty swing first up, but he's kind of tempered things since. Maybe he was just trying to shake out the rust, but he did jump down the wicket and fire one almighty swipe. Luckily for him, didn't cause any damage. Because that could so easily have been 2-2 at that stage. But he's calmed down, as they say. We all know how capable he is. So it's really just for him to put it together and take care of business. And he has to play his part, which is to preserve his wicket at one end and allow Mohan and company to do their bit. Whoever comes to the wicket, that has to be the approach. And the main thing here now would be partnerships. If everybody could chip in with a decent little partnership, that would help. And the other big news, Jason, is that Paul George has been suspended 25 as one that loops a little bit after, probably just came off the pad. I don't think it hit any bat at all. But Paul George, playing for the Philadelphia 76ers, has been suspended 25 games for breaking the NBA's anti-drug policy or the program. Didn't say what he was guilty of, other than that he broke the rules. So it must have tested positive for something, and has been suspended. The end of the over, 10 completed. It's 42 for 1. So here we have two right-handers now, and he's trying to go away from them. Pierre. And Queen's Park really blessed with an abundance of riches in terms of spinners, because you're already seeing Sunil Narain, you've seen Brian Charles, you're seeing Carrie Pierre. This one spun a little bit. And then, of course, you still have Karaya to come. And you have Guli, who could also chip in there. So they're spoiled. And Lot. And Govaya as well. So it seemed like you could call any name. And it's a capable player who can contribute. With the ball, so they really do have a powerful team, very balanced team. And it's a no ball signal there, so Carrie Pierre has to be mindful. Not for the first time, I might add. We've seen that from him. Yeah, but he's such a busybody. And they're just trying to slow him down a bit. And there he is with that nagging line and consistent line of his. And sometimes you get the impression he just kind of plays on a batsman's patience, forces him into error. And there it is, and a catch at the wicket. Well, well, well. Again, a quicker delivery from Clarke, and that is the end of Utley. He goes for 4, and it's another breakthrough caught at the wicket. So the Silver gleefully accepts it. So Queen's Park now starting to work their magic, and that's just the weight of the pressure that they're applying. And it also has to do with the size of that advantage in terms of runs that they have. They're really putting pressure on them. So Mark Dale is going to try his best here now to deny them. He would know these players very well. In fact, you would think that all the players who are playing out there would be very familiar with each other. That's the beauty of franchise cricket now, where long ago you used to hate to play against a certain player and you kind of harbor that hate. And when I say hate, I don't mean it in a negative way, but it's just a sporting cliche where you say you hate an opponent, and that hate will persist for years because you never played together. You almost always played against each other. But now with franchise cricket, you don't have time to hate somebody because tomorrow you're playing against him and next week you're playing with him. And, and you're winning with him. So that kind of erodes that sort of animosity that used to persist in the international game or even the local club game as well. So Dale is out there now. He's joined Mohan, who's on 26, and Pierre, 1 for 5. And immediately Dale's strong, confident strokes it for a single to get off the mark to end the over 11 in the books now. It's 44 for 2.
What are you doing?
Festival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are we
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch nival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch nival at KFC.
So again, thanks to our sponsors KFC for making it possible for us to bring you these images emanating from the Queen's Park Oval. And nice sunshine, not as hot as it was earlier this morning. It was very hot this morning. There's a little breeze, and we did have that little interruption for rain. And then the declaration came, so here we are. Joshua De Silva and Sunil Narayan trying to ensure that the players are in the perfect positions. As Charles again produces a peach of a delivery. Just spun right across the face of the blade of the bat by Dale. So this is going to be a real dogfight here now. And when you look at this Queen's Park team, can you imagine they could still welcome back Kyron Pollard at some point? Jaden Seals as well. Akil Hussain. And I suppose that's the abundance. And here's the other thing too. A lot of these Queen's Park players, even when they're in international duty, once they're available, they make themselves available to play for Queen's Park. And this could be a couple of runs here if they move quickly, but I don't think they're interested because the bowler, Brian Charles, had to run a long way to almost mid-wicket. And they still only managed the 1 run. So that's something that you see a lot. I remember Courtney Walsh used to do that in Jamaica a lot. Courtney Walsh will play a test match, will bowl close to 60, 70 overs, and the next day he'll show up for his club team. The Kingston Club. Here's an appeal for an LBW, probably doing a little too much. And the height as well might be working against him. And so that was always a big thing for Courtney Walsh. She took pride in representing that Kingston club. Of course, they played at Sabina Park, so he knew that ground very well. Here's another one punched away. They go for 1. They should get a second, possibly even a third if they hurry. But they settle for just the 2. And they're quite content with that. So at the end of 12 overs, it's 47 for 2 now. Yeah, Chanda Paul also featured a lot. And I say that because there was a time when some of the front line, the test players, who were more or less guaranteed starters, would skip a lot of games. They would even skip like trial matches or regional matches. And then just before the test series would come around, they would probably feature in the last one or thereabouts, just to show that they were, fit and ready, and then they would be selected. And so in a lot of ways, they would have been selected on reputation, not on performance, because they would not have played, 3 or 4 of the regional games or the rungs of matches. But by the time the last one started, then if you look at the scorecard, you wouldn't see their names at all for the first 2 or 3 rounds. And then in the last round or so, before the test series started, all of the big names would feature. Pair again. That's well played by Dial. Again, just taking what the bowler gives him, not trying to force it too much. And when you look at Mohan, you look at Dial, you look at Otley, there is or even Sukhdev Singh, you could add him to that, and there are others, and I'm just using these players as an example, is that they all, in terms of their abilities, they all at almost like at the same level. Some are obviously probably a little more concentrated than others, but there is, that's a peach of a delivery, a little bit different, a little more flight, but he angled that one into the leg stump. And Mohan had to treat it with respect. And that is what makes the difference here. Of course, sometimes it's attitude and it's preparation and, persistence. And of course, opportunities. And if you're in a team that allows you to play, and that way you could showcase your talent at all times, then success will come. Well, that's another good delivery from Carey Peer. He's really working here on Vikash Mohan. But unfortunately for him, the over comes to an end. Mohan don't mind. He will stay on 28. 12, Sukhdev Singh made as the next best scorer. And of course, Otley made 4. Mark Dale has just started. He's on 3. And, because of the social media age and the internet, everybody has a top 5 of something. Top 5 West Indian fast bowlers of all time, top 5 openers, the best 11, the West Indies team, and that is so subjective. That's another piece, and he dropped it. Well, I was just about to say it's another good delivery from Brian Charles. And there was Dale pushing at it, really probing, but he wasn't allowing it to come to him. He was pushing to meet the ball, hit the edge, and that's a genuine edge. And Ramdu, who's under the helmet there, put it down. And Dial again hits this one in the air, but again he's not in control. And lives to fight another day. All of a sudden, the ball, the wicket is just starting to play a few tricks. And spinners obviously coming into their own. And it must be said, though, that these wickets are not as dangerous. And when I say dangerous, I mean they don't deteriorate as much as the earlier years here at the Oval. Because on a second day, sometimes even on the first day of the match, the spinners would turn the ball, would turn a mile. And hence the reason why the likes of Jumadeen and Imtiaz Ali and Anchan Ali, Ranjin Anand, they used to enjoy bowling here at the Oval. Chris Gault from Queen's Park and others. And you could make a run because they were so nagging and they got so much assistance from the wicket that batsmen really, you just knew it was a matter of time. There's another lifting delivery. They will get the single, and he has to hurry too in the end because he was, for a moment there, he looked like he was just ambling in, but Carey Peer was having none of it. And he forced him to put on the afterburners there, Mohan, to get in. So even though we're seeing some turn here, it's still not as vicious as it used to be. Hence the reason why a lot of regional teams didn't like coming to the Oval to play Trinidad and Tobago, especially with their battery of spinners around. 50 on the board, it's 50 for 2 after 14. And while Barbados would have been able to produce some of those great fast bowlers, Trinidad and Tobago countered with their battery of world-class spinners. Willie Rodriguez, the mystery man. And speaking of mystery, before we had Sunil Narayan, we had a Harold Joseph. He used to get batsmen in all kind of contortions. And that's another good delivery. They go for a quick single and they will get it too. Or will they? Again, the return is off target. Maybe it's not the mango season, so they can't seem to hit the target. But that again was Mohan flirting with a run out. And they really need to sort it out, because in quick succession, Mohan survives 2 attempted run-outs. You don't want to lose him. He is your principal scorer right now. He's on 30. And that's another part of the game that you wish to see improved. The running between the wickets, the calling, the understanding, the communication between batsmen. Quicker delivery, and he's gone with him. It's in the air. Fielder settles under it and takes a comfortable catch in the end. So Guli takes it, and Dayal goes, really took his life in his hand there, and he goes for 4, just like Utley. And Guli judged it. He had to wait on it, Guli, for a moment there. It looked as if it was going to clear his head, but it sort of hung up in the air there. And he has to go. So Carey Peer picks up a second wicket. And right now, Clark Road just slipping. As they say, they're losing the plot here. They batted so well before the lunch break. And maybe the lunch was too good. They relaxed too much. And all of a sudden, things have changed. So maybe it's not good to eat sometimes. So, and I think you'll be very disappointed with that, Mark Dale, because he's so much better than that. But like I said, because they know each other so well, sometimes they just want to show or they want to punish their opponents who might be their friends or their neighbors. And sometimes it just doesn't work at all, and you put your team in more trouble. So Anderson Mahias, he's going to try, I would imagine, to not fall into that trap. In fact, I'm sure his captain and his coaches are probably hoping that that is the case. But they really need somebody to stick around here with Vikash Mohan. And again, Pierre getting that one to just spin a little bit. He was trying to play it in the offside, took a thick edge inner portion of the bat. And again, given the quality of bats and the size of the blades, it could be very interesting. And that talking about very interesting, we saw what happened with Bangladesh and their situation in the upcoming World Cup. And of course Scotland getting a bye, and now Pakistan, who appear to be sort of understanding to the plight of the Bangladeshis. And here's an almighty swing again. And certainly Vikash Mohan, maybe the pressure is starting to get to him. But now we see Pakistan are saying that they will play at the World Cup, but they won't play India. So that's another twist. And it's one thing to not play India in India, but if you're saying you're not going to play India at all, so what happens if there's a final between Pakistan and India in, say, Sri Lanka? Then where are you going to play the game? So it's the ICC really at some point something's got to give here. It's the end of the over, and at the end of it, 52 for 3, 15 overs completed.
What are you doing?
Crunchnival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are we
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a Crunchnival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into Carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's Crunchnival at KFC.
Back here again, it's still 52 for 3, and we just saw Anderson survive a big appeal. Not out, says the umpire. He too seems a little bit, it's almost like the bug has bitten him. Everybody wants to score quickly, but they want to do so with big, extravagant shots as opposed to good cricketing shots. Just stroking the ball along the ground, along the turf, just place it into the gaps. And here he is again pushing at one and trying to force the issue. Yeah, but that is really a sad state. This is the showpiece event. He is swinging, and there is an appeal for an LBW, but We'll see if there was any bat at all. And there was no signal from the umpire, so there might have been bat involved. And unless it's really settled that everybody is going to take a particular approach, but I suppose that's a problem now. You can't get consensus. And like I said, because there's so much familiarity now in the cricket, everybody is friendly and chubby because they play with and against each other so much at the franchise level that it's difficult to get up to a firm stance, one that you know will probably affect one of your friends. 53 for 3 now after 16. Queen's Park just chipping away here. Carey Pierre, 2 wickets already to his name. He accounted for Utley, and he just got Dale. He does have a slip on that forward short leg, plus a short mid wicket. So he has attacking play. That's a bad delivery. And again, they can't take full advantage of it because it was badly lined outside of his legs. He really should have put that away, but not able to do so. Does get a single though. Anderson Mahies. But this is the man that the Parkites would want here. He's been there right through and continues to shape well. Keeping everybody at bay. Vikash Mohan goes to 31 now. And that brings Anderson back in the frame. Can he keep his cool? That's better. I'm sure the dressing room would applaud him for that. Right now they're probably all sitting on tender hooks there because they know if they continue to lose quick wickets here, this game could slip away from them quickly. They just need a big partnership here. Somebody to figure out this powerful Queen's Park bowling, and somebody else to be a stopgap just to keep things quiet. But that's easier said than done because when you have this quality bowling, the pressure mounts and it builds on you quickly. Again, you could see Anderson almost exclusively on the back foot, as Carey Pierre was a little bit quicker on that occasion. 55 for 3 now after 17 overs. And of course the deficit is still a sizable one. Brian Charles, who picked up an early wicket, is going to continue. He is 1 for 15. So Clarke Road still 134 runs in arrears. And another lifter there. Well played in the end by Mohan, but you could just see the concern on his face. He's probably wondering all of a sudden the ball starts to do a little. And again, good flight from Brian Charles. Slightly flatter, but very well played again from Mohan. But I would imagine Brian Charles, imagine going to school with somebody named Brian Charles. It's almost like natural that you'll call him Lara. And here's another delivery. Just that spot, just outside that just on about off stump for the left-handers. They seem to be having a real hard time negotiating the bunks there. And Brian Charles is really using that to his advantage. And this is what it could conjure up. Batsmen feel that they have to get out to that spot just to survive. And this one hits the back of the bat, and that is not what the doctor ordered. And he's out. There goes the finger, and certainly it's really a very, very soft dismissal there. He just spooned it in the air. Narayan accepts it gleefully. And then there was this big inquiry as to whether or not he did hit it, but it seemed to hit the back of the bat. And Brian Charles picks another pepper. And the slide continues. 56 now for 4. And Cheyenne Brathwaite is the man making his way out. So again, when you play an opponent like this early in the season, if you're not kind of sorted out in terms of your lineups and the form of your players and what have you, like I said, things can get ugly rather quickly. Sometimes you probably wish you wouldn't have to play a Queen's Park until maybe the last round of the campaign. But when you play them this early, it really could expose some of your weaknesses. Not that you can't correct it, but you don't want to have to go through it this early in the season. But some people might look at it, hey, better you face it, deal with it, and then try and kick on, correct whatever mistakes, and move on from there. Again, very competent there, Mohan, but he's fighting a lone battle at the moment. Can he keep his cool? Can he just play and play and play and just bat? Because his team needs somebody to stand up and be counted here now. That's a loose delivery and hammered away. It's going to get a boundary that's very well deserved. That was well played. He was right on top of it, waited on it, and then cracked it square. A bit of a misfield at short backward point, but 4 runs all the same, and I think it was deserving of 4 runs to Mohan. He's up to 36 now. Like I said, because there are no terrors in the wicket, you say, well, why? There's no reason why he shouldn't be thinking of getting a half century or maybe even a century. He's off to a good start, and he's seen the ball well enough. That he must be thinking in terms of getting up a pretty good score. He's up to 37 now. Brathwaite, who is yet to score, is yet to face a ball, takes his guard. So Kerry Peer again persisting there with a good nagging line and length, 2 for 16. so far as he completes his 7th over. And it remained 2 for 16 for him. 61 for 4 at the end of 19 overs. So Brian Charles is going to continue from that top end, or the Jerry Gomez Media Center end. Again, being met by the pad more than the bat. You could just sense a little bit of uncertainty, and that's a testament to the persistence of Brian Charles. His line has been good, and he's been putting the ball down in front of the batsman. And just a little assistance from the wicket is working in his favor. Some are turning a little bit more than others. Here he is again. Dropping on a pretty good line, a good length. This one kept a little bit low. So it's all starting to happen now, and Mohan is wondering why. But it's all par for the course. This wicket now is probably starting to play a few tricks, as they say. And it's going to make life just that little bit more difficult for the batsmen. The end of the over, 20 overs completed, 61 for 4 is the latest score here at the Queen's Park Oval. So they'll need a further 128 runs to make the Parkites bat a second time. Carry Pierre again. It's a bit of a strange field in the sense that it's almost like they're gifting him a single out in the deep there. And I don't really see the need for it. He's bowling well enough. You could plug that gap and keep the pressure on right in the circle just off the playing square, but they've just shifted a man from mid-wicket and brought him over on the offside. And here we go again. Just a comfortable single. Pair again, and a big chase here, but once more all they can get is a single. Tim Webster and Kurt really starting to tighten this vice grip that they have on this game. But that's a well-judged single, and they're going to need more like that just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. 39 it is now to Mohan. Here he is again, just a little bit square on that occasion, but Curry Pair won't mind as he is purely in defense there. The end of the over, and another quick Curry Pair over makes it 66 for 4 now. So I would imagine instructions are being passed on. Coach is probably saying, so far so good, guys. We've really lost these 4 wickets, but we cannot afford any more right now. Probably has a note that says, here's what I want you to do. Here's another delivery that just seemed to elude the man at forward short leg. Again, no signal from the umpire, so he meant he got good bat onto it, played it into that mid-wicket region for an easy single. Just a square leg, really. This time a bit swing, but a badly lined delivery that is taken advantage of, and it's buys. So he was swinging wildly at it. Maybe that threw off just with the silver. And no wicketkeeper likes to concede buys, let alone 4 buys. Difficulty now for them to up the tempo with the scoring. As these two spinners have really produced something here. So now an appeal, he's out caught. Well. What a bad was there. He goes for 39, and Brian Charles has finally gotten rid of the dangerous Vikash Mohan. He has really been the mainstay of this innings so far, and really a delivery he could have left, but he chose to play at it and just sort of got a feather edge, and it was well caught by wicketkeeper De Silva, and that is going to be a break. There's going to get some refreshments, but as they walk towards the refreshments, it's probably going to taste better in the mouth of the Park Heights players than the Clarke Road players. It's 71 for 5.
What are you doing?
Carnival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are we
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, take like rocket. It's a crunch Nival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into Carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch Nival at KFC. What are you doing?
Carnival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are we
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, take like rocket. It's a crunch Nival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into Carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch Nival at KFC. What are you doing?
Carnival at KFC is so special to all
What
of
are we
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival, when you bite it. Flavor, take like rocket. It's a crunch dival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch dival at KFC. What are you doing?
Crunch Dival at KFC is so special to all
What are
of
you
me.
doing? Do what you want with the crunch, don't fight it. KFC Carnival when you bite it. Flavor, thicker, like rocket. It's a crunch dival with the baddest bucket.
The Crunch calling with our baddest bucket. That's 7 pieces of chicken for only $99. And for just $25 more, get 4 additional sides. Or crunch into carnival with a super deal and get 1 piece of chicken, 1 regular side, a biscuit, and a large drink for only $29.95.
When the taste moves your waist, you know it's crunch dival at KFC.
So welcome back here. The players have been refreshed, and as you can see, the big fellow with the big number 45 on his back, Dexter Sween, who used to play here, so he knows these conditions very well. He's familiar with these bowlers. And let's see what is the attack, what his approach is. Yeah. So, as a family affair, Dexter Sween, and also from the Santa Cruz area, so he would know the Laras and the Bravos, and many of the other stars from that area. Otto Bolden from up there, and Santa Cruz has really produced some amazing talent over the years. Ron Faria came out of there. Quicker delivery, and he's just nudging it past the leg slip as it comes very close to the boundary. They're only going to get 2, and we'll see if he got a touch at all or leg buys. It just came off the thigh pad maybe. And I don't know, female umpires, they may have to figure out a new pose for leg buys for female umpires. Yeah, you know, when they've left on one leg and kicking like that or tapping the leg, but maybe they should just let her pose. This is what he's known for, Sween, and just like in the first innings, he's really in a no-nonsense mood here and picks up an early boundary. Just kind of opens up and just frees his arms and allows the ball to just kiss off the face of the bat. Now he's a big fella, he's a dangerous customer, but I can imagine he's just probably just rubbing it in now with the fielders who are close to the wicket. And again, this time he could be out caught. Yes, he is. Right down to the man. Jed Gully again out in the deep there. For a moment there, he looked like he was badly positioned, but he kept his eyes on it. And to his credit, it didn't go very high, but got there quickly. And he held on for dear life. And that is the end of Sween. He goes for 4 as well. 1 big scoring shot. And then he makes a very disappointing walk back to the pavilion. And really, Queen's Park right now are on the verge of a massive victory here. What a catch that is. Look at him, he's on all 4s there. And almost praying that he held on, and he did. But no, this is a different scenario here. There, Calawan comes out and they really need somebody to do something special. And now we've seen this young man, Cleveland Callaway, show that he does have ability. He does have match-winning ability, and he did that in a very aggressive mood. I don't know if that is what is required here. Sween obviously felt that way. He probably felt he was going to blast his team out of danger. Instead, he got them into more danger. They slipped further into the mire now. So 77 for 6. And Carrie Peer is really trying to keep Brathwaite quiet. Well, he has. He's only faced 7 deliveries, so he hasn't been seeing much of the action. But he has only scored 4 runs. And he has a brand new partner, so relatively 2 new batsmen at the crease. And this is what Carrie Peer likes. He just wheels around and is at the batsman again in a flash. Doesn't really give you much time to think. He just gets back to his mark, spins around quickly, and is ready to operate. Okay, again, that's a good delivery. Brathwaite was loose there and playing away from his pads. Could easily have gotten an edge, but then he may be thinking I could easily have hit that for 4 as well. But you're really flirting with danger there. There's a slip and the keeper back there. This time he decides to allow it to go its merry way. Rehearses a little late cut after. I would imagine De Silva's telling him, go ahead and play it. If you're confident in it, play that late cut. But this time he defends. It's the end of the over. 77 for 6 right now. And it doesn't look good for KFC Clarke Road United, as they need a minor miracle here to avoid a heavy defeat. So it's 2-1 now. Tottenham, they've scored. And I would imagine the Arsenal supporters are looking on with intent, because already Aston Villa have lost, and Manchester City, their nearest rivals, really 7 points adrift right now. If they should win today and the score stays like this, there will be 4 points adrift. Brian Charles can just reel in his magic here now. 4 for 21, is it? Yeah, he's really done very well. And another close one here. The ball just not going to hand. There's a forward short leg and a short backward. They just kind of went equidistant between the two. Like a leg gully position. What we used to call the hip pocket. Sweeping again. That is a very productive shot. And it gets him 4 runs. So again, showing that he does have a fair understanding of what is required, and not afraid to put back to ball there. Brathwaite goes up to 8 now. And changing his mind here. Again, he was probably looking to sweep, and then at the last moment decided to play it with a straight bat. So you could see he's deep in concentration, but maybe the guys around the wicket are not allowing him to concentrate. Here he goes this time, swings at it and really just flicks it, works it from off stump, turns it through the onside, and gets a single. Brian Charles puts his hands on his hips as if to say, how you got away with that? And they're just chatting there, and both men are gesticulating. I'm not sure. I am just trying to figure out what their conversation is. There's another one that spoons up in the air, and that is the 5-4. Really a simple catch. Well, not so simple because it was going past him. He had to turn away and kind of reach for it and hold in a nice catch. So Ramdu from under the helmet and takes another catch. So that is the end there of Calawan. Did he make one? So the innings is swiftly coming to an end. And Kerwin Sergio is the next man at the crease. Bowled very well. Sergio didn't have the luck with him, but certainly created some problems. So Brian Charles now has 5 for 27 from 10 overs. So what a effort, and Clarke Road is still 106 away from making Queen's Park bat a second time. More importantly, Queen's Park are just 3 wickets away from a stunning victory here. So how does this change Brathwaite's approach? Does he decide, I'm going to just take what I can get here now and just go for broke? Or is he going to play that patient innings that his teammates might be looking at and thinking if he can somehow pull off a miracle? And here's another good delivery, a little bit of spin there, and you could see sometimes how unfamiliar some of these batsmen are to the turn-in ball. He's playing that ball, and look at how far in front of the pad the bat is. And that's because he's so used to the ball coming onto the bat, coming from Barbados, where fast bowling is sort of commonplace, that to bring the bat back to the pad or even behind the pad is something that is a little bit foreign to them. And it's a skill that they have to learn. Now, some of them have been able to do it. I remember Roland Holder was a very good player of spin bowling. And certainly scored quite a few runs against Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, he was born in Tobago. So that he's probably out of the question. Here's another lift-in delivery causing some problems. So that is the end of another quick over from Carey Pierre, a maiden. It remains 83 for 7 after 25. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Queen's Park just looking to put the finishing touches on here now. How it goes is left to be seen. Now Brian Charles already has 5. He's probably going to want to wrap this up as quickly as possible. There's another lifter. And there's that spot right there that the left-handers in particular seem to be having a real problem negotiating. And there is bunks there for him. And a little bit of turn as well. And look at how De Silva had to almost brakes while trying to haul that one in. And again, good variation from Brian Charles, just sort of hanging this one back a little bit and making the batsman feel that he's probably going to throw it up in the air, but he slows it down quite a bit. And again, so this is a real test here now for Sergio. Showing good temperament here. They need him to stick around. They just need need to show a little bit of fight, a little bit of grit. They may not win the game or may not avoid the defeat, but you don't just want to capitulate. And that's what happened in the first innings, and to a large extent, that's what has happened in the second innings. So single to his name here as he gets off the mark. 84 for 7 now after 26. So 105 runs is the difference right now. Queen's Park persisting with the off spinner, the left arm orthodox at one end and the right arm off spinner at the other end. Again, Carey Pierre quickly into his work. Sergio, I would not have been surprised if he had pulled away, because Pierre was almost 3/4 of the way through his run-up, and the batsman had only just picked his head up. And that's because Carey Pierre works very quickly, gets through his overs fast, and especially when the batsmen play a lot of defensive shots. The ball is very close to the square, so it gets back to him quickly, which allows him to continue to wheel around and just get through his overs quickly. Has another one that is keeping a little bit low. Problems for the batsmen. They really have to dig deep here. Sergio, who himself is a spinner, is being given a real examination here by Carey Pierre. And nicely played. Almost standing on one leg, and whips it away, and showing good technique and a good understanding of what is required. And there's the scorecard. Doesn't make for good reading. 39 at the top, 12, 4, 4, 3, 9413. It's not a phone number I'm calling out there. Those are the scores. And certainly not what the doctor ordered. And I would imagine the folks back in the penal area, in the Clark Road area, probably watching us thinking this is not normal for them. They're a much better team than this. As they've shown that over the years. Here's again another delivery that just treads away. And again, their running is not very aggressive, so they will only settle for a single. I'm sure they're looking. I don't know if that derby has taken place as yet. The penal derby. It hasn't gone as yet. This is what, the second round of the competition. So, but I'm sure that's a game they'll be looking forward to. You could lose to anybody, just don't lose that game. This one is in the air again, and it's another dolly catch. Django hauls this one in, and certainly Sergio goes for 3, and really just losing his shape there. He was in no position to play that shot. And another pepper for Brian Charles. So it's certainly sliding away very quickly for Clark Road. Maybe they just want to get out of town before the steel band traffic for the pan starts. But certainly, I'm sure their supporters will be hoping they will show a little more fight. So it's 87 for 8 now. And the big fellow making his way out into the middle, Shiva Sankar. And he might be saying in his mind, if the front line batsman couldn't stick it out, why should I? But then I don't know if that's the attitude that he wants to take. He wants to show that he could stick it out and try and show some fight. And the more time you spend, the easier it becomes. And I think that's what he should be saying. We have the entire rest of the day to bat. Just sit and bat. And so far, so good. He's coming forward with a broad face at the bat, telling the bowler read the autograph on the bat. Charles goes flatter this time, but again, keeping his eyes on it and playing it back. Sankar back on the onside. It's going to get off the mark with that one. Nicely played. Ken just turning it on the onside. Charles, I'm sure, would be bitterly disappointed. You would have really liked to have worked on Sankar a little bit more. But Bradford whips out the reverse and can almost pay the price for it. It's a shot that has really crept into the modern game, and the cricketing purists might look at it as something that they're not comfortable seeing, but we see so much of it that it almost becomes the norm. 88 for 8 now after 28 overs. So it's going to be Carey Pierce. So these two have really done a good job. For Queen's Park. Brian Charles has really been the story. Carey Pierce, 2 wickets, 2 crucial wickets as well. 2 for 23 from 11. So it's just over 2 runs and over. So Pierre persists with that nagging line and length of his, really asking questions of all the batsmen, but also really testing their patience. Pierre once more quickly up there, wrongs his arm and produces another dot ball. So he's been really spot on here now. A no ball, another no ball. So we've seen this is what, the second one so today from Gary Pierre. But even though he's bowling the no balls, his line is so good that he continues to impact the game positively. But it's all slow turn and allowing Brathwaite and co to just kind of stand there and play from the crease. It's the end of the over, 89 for 8 now after 29. So it's going to be Brian Charles who's going to continue. No surprise there. He's bowled brilliantly. And that's well played also. And gets it away. But if you notice, he's trying to play with the tide and trying to play through the onside. A little bit dangerous because sometimes the ball isn't spinning as much. But so far so good. He's kept his eyes on it. And Sankar almost falling over in playing that one. This one hit straight. That's a good shot. Mightn't get a boundary. And in fact, he's only going to get a couple runs as a result. So a little bit of a change, some aggression being shown here. And not able to break that one through. I have a bail in my hand. But one end of the bail is missing, so obviously it broke. And again, and he just gives it away. So really, Karaya takes a sitter. And they're just dropping like flies here now. And really a disappointing end to the innings. And you could see the disgust there from Sankar because he was really not in any position to play it. Yep. 7 for 33. And it's just been a procession, literally. So Charles really doing the bulk of the damage here. 7 wickets to his name now, 7 for 33. And that brings to the crease the last man, Akil Mullen. So Bradford could be stranded on 11 at the non-striker's end. There's a quicker delivery there from Brian Charles, and put his hand up. He really wanted to end it there, and but he's denied. So his impressive figures: 7 for 33 from 13 overs, 57 dot balls, and Carey Pear 54 dot balls from his 12 overs. And he has 2 wickets to his name. And here's a little bit of a change. And so I'm not sure why, but they've decided that with 9 wickets down, they've decided they're going to give Carey Pear a breather. And they've decided to introduce Govaya. So Mikel Govaya is going to get a bowl. And the very first ball is on a big attempted swing to the onside. And Brathwaite isn't taking a look. He's just going to go for broke now. He knows that he has nothing to lose. It's just nobody else to come. This is it. And almost forced into a defensive shot there. Again, trying to hit it, probably trying to hit it too hard. And Brathwaite not able to take advantage. And this is Carey Pear coming off the fence. You could see him at the boundary, at the edge of the on the boundary area there, long on, chatting with his coach, Darren Bravo. And maybe Darren is asking why the change. And maybe Carey Pear is just explaining to him whatever it is. Darren Bravo is probably saying, I think you should just bowl and get it over with. But he hasn't had a wicket in a while. He has another attempt here, and just eludes him. And it's going to the boundary for 4. Again, for a moment there, Govaya thought he was in the money, but it wasn't to be. And Govaya, of course, is a very capable all-round cricketer, very determined, has a good attitude about his game, has a good understanding about his game. It kind of operates within those limits, or because of his understanding. But he will not get a wicket there in his first over. And at the end of it, 97 for 9. It is now 31 overs completed. And of course, the Arsenal ladies have a big game today with Corinthians. And That is like an inaugural trophy, and it's actually being played at the Emirates. You know, the winner of that game gets close to 2 points. Here he is again with that reverse, and that's very productive for him. He's going to get a couple, might even get a third one if they hurry. And Sunil Narayan is in no hurry at all. He just ambles after it. And the batsman still that they're going to stick around and not force the issue. It's a second goal for Spurs. So it's all knotted at 2 apiece against Manchester City, who were leading 2-0. Here's another one turn on the onside. So Brathwaite trying his best here to force the issue. We've seen that reverse sweep now on a couple of occasions. Does he go back to it? It goes with a regulation, and this one is another not out, says the umpire. It's a good grab though, but no bat involved. And that's very well played. That's so much better. But only a single. And I suppose what he's trying to do is to soak up as many of the deliveries as possible before exposing his number 11. And Akil Mullen is probably thinking, hey guys, I can handle this. Don't worry. And here he goes again with an almighty swing. And just avoided being bowled. I could imagine Brathwaite's heart must have fluttered there a little bit. I'm sure he would love to get back on strike. And I tell you what, if he gets back on strike, I don't think he's going to play too many defensive shots. After watching this, there's another appeal. Not out. A good bit of bonks, extra bonks there for Brian Charles. As that over comes to an end, and it's 100 for 9 and 7 for 36 it is to Brian Charles. So Mikael Govaya is going to continue. He's yet to get a wicket. The man he's bowling with has 7 to his name. Time to get jealous. And here he goes, and that's gone a long way, just as I suspected. I don't know if he's going to play too many defensive shots here now, because he just saw exactly what Mullen shaped like. And he's decided, I'm going to try and get as many as I possibly can. And I just have to make the point. I think my car is parked in that general location. But to get to my car, you might have to clear the entire stand. Now, I've seen Kyron Pollard do that. I don't know if he's quite capable of doing that. And they need the assistance of a spectator in the upper deck to retrieve the ball. And we should be able to get play back underway pretty soon. Just the 1 wicket required here at Queen's Park. And Mikael Govaya now is under the pump here because Brathwaite is hunting. And he could see him thinking of another dip and then making a late adjustment. Still, she's on 21 from 35. Clarke Road 106 for 9. And there's another stifled appeal, but not out, says the umpire. And umpire Kaulasa said there was some bat onto that. So he doesn't even give a leg by, but it counts as a run. So 22 now as a run, 22 for Brathwaite. But this is where his heart kind of palpitates a little bit, because Mullen is just swinging for the fences, and it's not really making the type of proper contact that his efforts, I suppose, deserve. He just kind of gets himself into a little bit of a tangle there when he's attacking like that. The bat comes from all over the place, the leg is going everywhere, and the head is going a different direction. And again, he's gone right through him there, misses the stump, but not by much, and he survives. So it's 107 for 9 now after 33 overs. And it's going to be Brian Charles who is going to persist. From that top end. Can he get wicket number 8? This has been a really outstanding performance from him. And again, it's almost as if it's anything goes here. He sees that there's that big gap down to the third man. There's nobody down there. So he's really trying to get the ball into that area. Brian Charles, being the wily figure that he is sort of spearing them in towards that leg stump. So he really has to go right across the line to catch up with it. And again, and he hits it straight into the hands, and Ramdu takes a blinder right there. So that is the end of the innings. Bradford goes for 22. And again, Ramdu picks up another, what's its third catch of the innings. And Charles ends up with the impressive figures of 8 wickets. 8 for 36, Brian Charles. Splendid indeed. So the margin of victory, and I just want to verify the final score. 107. That is the final score. So 82 runs. So Queen's Park winning by an innings and 82 runs. And that is as comprehensive as it can get. So really, Mullen remains not out on 4. And what a capitulation. Now, they were really up against it. It was 189 deficit that they were facing. And they couldn't really get out of first gear. They shaped well just before the luncheon interval, but after lunch, things really went downhill for them. They went to lunch at 29 without loss, and since that time, they just never looked the part. So, really a dramatic collapse for Clarke Road, and I'm sure they'll be coming back. We haven't seen the last of them, but I'm sure we will be able to see much better days from KFC Clarke Road as the season progresses. But for now, Queen's Park will be celebrating a massive victory here by an innings and 82 runs. So that's the situation here. Clarke Road 114 and 107 in their second innings. Queen's Park 303 for 6 declared, with half centuries to Gully, Ramdu, that's 93-66. Karaya made 64, and Hines was 51 not out. And then with a lead of 189, they put the squeeze on Clarke Road and bowled them out for 107 in their second innings, spearheaded by a brilliant performance from Brian Charles. He ended up with 8 for 34 and bowled his team to a splendid victory. So that's the situation here as we leave you from the Queen's Park Oval with the news that the home team have just completed a massive victory by an innings and 82 runs over KFC Clarke Road.